Test, test, test. Test. Test, test. 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 Test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2.
Let's get started. You ready, Mary? All right. You got the deal? You ready to do it again? All right, we have a quorum and we are duly gathered. It's a great day in Kershaw County, All-American County. School has started. Holy smokes, did anybody not know that? Fall sports have started. Fall sports have also started in the rec department. Tracy Elmore was the National STEM Teacher of the Year. This is a pretty good place to be in Kershaw County. World Series Post 17 duly reported by both Chronicle Independent and the WPUB radio station. They're going to go play on Thursday, Post 17, sponsored by the Great American Legion. Our emergency services had a terrific workout on that chemical spill. We hope it never gets replicated, but I want to congratulate all the members of the emergency team from fire, police, EMS, and on, who did a great job. 911, of course. It's just a great county. We do a lot of things very well. I want to welcome Brant Tomlinson tonight for District 5. Thank you. You answered the call from our governor to fill a space in District 5. Great sacrifice to your family in advance of you hopefully winning, and maybe I'll show you my bias in November. But thank you for taking the call at the last minute to step up. And thanks, too, for your wonderful and diligent behavior on the ATAX committee over the last few years. Everyone reports what a great loss that will be now that you've joined the council from the ATAX committee. Thanks for all that you did there. And I will start off tonight as Mr. Tucker ended last time we met in an appeal for a return to civility and decorum in this body and with the people that participate from the audience. At the last council, Mr. Tucker properly pointed out how things went kind of negative, and I asked for a spirit of collaboration in the messy middle where people don't necessarily always agree, but where disagreement is not equated to disrespect. And that goes to the audience as well. Let's stay on focus. Let's stay on the business of the county, which is hearing from the people of the county and acting on that in an objective way to produce great results, best value for the least amount of money. With that, the chairman, though, however, is charged with keeping decorum here, and I'll try to do this best as I can when we move forward and not repeat some of the unfortunate events that happened the last time we met. So with that, we are duly gathered. We have a quorum, as I said, and I turn to Mr. Tucker to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. Would you all please stand? Thank you.
Let us all bow our heads and open our hearts. God, Father Almighty, we come to you as humbly as we know how, asking for your grace and mercy upon us. As we all know and you know that we're not always the perfect children that you birth, that we sometimes make mistakes and errors and bad decisions, but I'm asking you today, Lord Father, to bless everyone that's on this dais and everyone that's in this audience and every ear and eye that is listening online. Give all of us the understanding, the love, compassion, and the wisdom to conduct this business in a loving and harmonious way, not having to agree on all things, but always loving and respecting one another. Lord Father, I ask that you pray for our men and women that's overseas and here on this land of the United States, to give them the protection as they continue to protect our freedoms and liberties that are so provided by all the wonderful things that they do. I ask that you give us traveling mercy back to our various destinations as we depart this place, but never your presence. I ask all these things in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Tucker. We move now to our agenda that's posted on the board. And the first item is public comments. Mr. DeBose, what do we have signed up here?
We have 4 people have signed up. The first person that signed up is Matthew Hutchinson.
All right, Mr. Hutchinson, as you come forward, I'll review the rules of the body here, which essentially is summed up in staying on beam and not off of policy matters. We don't attack persons in this organization. We also would ask that you limit your comments. I think we have enough time for 5 minutes per person, right, Mr. DeBose?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, good. Mr. Hutchinson, please go ahead, please.
First, I'd like to start out reminding the chairman that the behavior of the audience last month was a direct result of the behavior of the council. Before I'd start, I'd like to commend the council on this once-a-month meeting format. I think this is a great idea that should continue far into the future. It would give you less opportunity to continue pushing your unwanted agendas. I'm going to make a few comments about some items on tonight's agenda. Number one, the millage rate increase. Shame on you for even considering a rate increase in the first place. Last meeting, you deleted the hospitality tax due to the anger in the room. I ask you to do the same with the millage tonight. Number two, hiring Vic Carpenter as a so-called consultant to search for his replacement. Do you really think that paying a former employee a $5,000 retainer, allowing him autonomy to bill the county at $125 an hour whenever he sees fit, plus paying for his travel expenses is a wise decision? We have a fully trained and very capable man sitting in his seat right now. I'll save us citizen thousands of dollars right now, here tonight. Hire Danny Templer and be done with the nonsense. This idea is nothing more than a scam to slide some cash to an old friend. Again, shame on you, whoever votes for this tonight. Number three, it's bad enough that this county is begging the federal government for money, but using a third party to do it for us is just pitiful. We should not have any involvement with a socialist organization like the Council of Governments. This is a progressive central planning, and it needs to stop. The citizens of this county clearly rejected this behavior in the primaries, and you should bend to the will of the people. Stop with your status agendas. I read the chairman's letter to Ralph Norman, and one sentence nearly made me retch. I'll attempt to read it now. The federal government, this is a quote, the federal government works best when it works to meet the needs of the least of its citizens. This seems to be copied directly out of Marx's Communist Manifesto. Maybe it was just a class in West Point. Yet again, shame on you. Number four, the comprehensive plan expenses. Paying a consultant firm out of Chicago a combined $314,660 when we could have gotten the same job done for far less by using a local company is pretty typical for how this council has operated over the last 8 years. This is a disgusting amount of money to be leaving our county when we have people struggling to put food on their tables. You are raising taxes higher and higher while wastefully spending more and more. Shame on you a fourth time. January can't come soon enough. Hopefully us taxpayers can hang on till then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeBose.
The second person that signed up is Rochelle Alexander.
Ms. Alexander? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Alexander.
Really, I have four things mighty easy. First one is litter. They still littering up on 5.
Can you bring the mic over real close?
Okay, the first one is littering. I complained a while ago about the littering. The second thing is the used to have a sign that says smiling faces, beautiful places. That has changed. The third thing I want to say.
If you bring the mic center,
Okay.
you can.
The first thing was littering.
All right.
The second was smiling faces, beautiful places. That has changed. Because when you come into South Carolina now, when you come across from the border from North Carolina, the big old sign, it has a big old sign, welcome South Carolina, but that is not beautiful. And the fourth, or the third and final thing is this building right here. When I first came to Kershaw County, this building used to be open. If you wanted to know who represented your area, the room on the side had a big old map, and you can look and see who represented your area, and it wasn't all closed, and you can always see people that you needed to see. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Bose.
The third person that signed up is Jeff Maddox.
Mr. Maddox.
gentlemen. I didn't really know what I was going to talk about tonight, but I come to the conclusion long ago that I find nothing that government does that doesn't have unintended consequences. And back in 2008, you might remember the great financial crisis, and where the government came in and bailed out banks, $750 billion, all kinds of government intervention. And those unintended consequences are still haunting us today, with inflation running wild, spending running wild. I started a search then. And for all these years, I've been looking and investigating. I've looked in every nook and cranny all over the place to find one thing that the government has done that has done what it was supposed to do and has had nothing but good outcomes. I can't find one, not a single one. Economic development is the same way. Interfering in free markets, like 2 years ago, when Henry came in and said, oh, everybody's got to wear a mask and we're going to shut down the boat ramps or anything. Unintended consequences, yeah, we had a lot of them. Liberty, no, we had none of that. We had none of that. And not a single person said, why the hell are we closing boat ramps? I don't remember anybody saying, Henry, what are you doing? Nobody in this chamber. I had some people talk about the mask when the mask ordinance, and you guys were trying to pass a mask ordinance and all. There were people that spoke against it. I wouldn't come in here with a face diaper on. I had already done my homework. I had found 32 or 35 studies, good, conclusive studies that masks don't work, and they create more problems than they solve. We know now that these vaccinations don't stop transmission. We were promised this is our way out. We've heard lie after lie after lie. And now, everybody went along with it. Everybody went along with it and took liberty away. And now we're still under a state of emergency that never was sunsetted here unless Henry says so. Well, Henry never said so. What's the emergency? Now everybody's going to be afeared of monkeypox. Are the face diapers coming back? Yes, they are. Are vaccinations for this monkeypox coming? Yes, they are. Are they going to be lies? Yes, they are. Government that governs the best governs the least. And this government has become out of control, whatever level you want to get on. You interfere in every sort of way. You tell me what I can build, where I can build it, when I can build it, how I can build it, and how much you're going to cost to get you to come out and look at it. That, gentlemen, should have been left to the free markets. It should have been left to insurance companies and banks to take care of that problem. And if I build my house out there and I go to sell it, the bank would send somebody out there. The insurance company would send somebody out there to make sure that it lived up to their codes, not the government's minute little codes. I built over the code. My houses cost $5,000 more than the next person because I built above that code. But everybody was buying the square footage because they felt safe because the government inspected it. More trouble than you're worth in most cases. This idea that all these parks and all this economic development and interfering in free markets and that kind of thing, this is all just gobbledygook. Get out of the way and let the free market do its thing. Interference from the day the Constitution was signed. We have seen corruption and corruption and corruption, and now it's gotten to the Sodom and Gomorrah. We're in big trouble, and it's because big government. You either get liberty or you get government. The chains are unbound. Gentlemen, I hate to tell you this, but America's burning. And this council, other councils, and state houses and federal government are to blame. These people here are to blame too. And those people out there are to blame too. We're all guilty. Hell, I didn't wake up until I was 47. And I've been fighting it ever since. It's time for us to return to the fundamental function of government, and that is the protection of individual liberty. Do no harm to somebody and don't steal other people's stuff. That's the basic rules. You can judge every law, every ordinance, every regulation off of those things. Do no harm to somebody and don't steal somebody's stuff. Every law. Just like Matt was talking about, paying or 300,000, whatever it is, to go through this code. I could go through that code and judge against that one rule, and I could strike every damn thing off of there just about.
Mr. Maddox, can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, sir, I can wrap it up.
Thank you very much.
I'm just trying to tell you guys, we've got to put the chains back on it. We're getting ready to have a civil war. You know it, you feel it, and you smell it. I don't know what the answer is, boys. I just don't know what the answer is, but I pray to God we find one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Good to see you. Mr. DeBose.
The last person that signed up is Susan Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, council members, it's good to see you all. Thank you so much for your service and for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Susan Jones. Now, I'm not here to criticize, to judge, or to condemn. I'm not here to make a request, to complain, or to impose my way of thinking on anyone else. I'm simply here to share a story. It's a story about a kitchen table. You see, in my home on Concord Drive in Valley Park, we had a round kitchen table. Now, it was not uncommon for me to come home from basketball practice at Camden High School and find a state representative, a state senator, a governor, or even a U.S. congressman sitting at our kitchen table. More often than that, I would walk in and find different members of the community sitting around that table. On most occasions, I would be in the den and could hear some of the discussions that were taking place around that kitchen table. I would hear phrases such as, "Would you be willing? Does that work for you? Can we have a little more conversation concerning this subject?" And the phrase, "Let's start in the middle, where common ground lives." Another thing I remember is the sound of laughter, which at times grew increasingly loud. Now, as a teenager, I didn't have appreciation of those gatherings like I do now. You see, as I grew older, I realized that the people gathered around that table, some males, some females, some African Americans, and some whites. They all wanted the same thing. They wanted solutions. Now, they all had different ideas about how issues and challenges should be resolved, but the one thing they never lost sight of, and that was finding a solution. They worked tirelessly together to find win-wins, and that's where the middle ground came in. They started in the middle and worked their way out, with each step offering each person an opportunity to contribute. There was quite a bit of give and take during those solution gatherings. The one thing I wasn't aware of at the time was those people sitting around our kitchen table were Democrats and Republicans. Let me say that one more time. There were Democrats and Republicans sitting around that kitchen table. Something I never really thought about until recently was there were some things absent from that table, and that was yelling. As every good communicator knows, yelling is only volume. So, of course, the content cannot be heard. There was never any harsh words, never any foul language or put downs. Apparently, egos weren't allowed around that table as well. The solution was always at center stage. It was never about who was right, but what was right for the good of the people of Kershaw County. It is no secret that our country has had a major shift, a shift in which the word united is dimming on the light that Our Lady of Liberty holds so proudly. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, this division is not to be taken lightly. The anger alone that is displayed at board meetings, sporting events, government meetings, and even at churches is at a dangerous level. Sadly, just last week, while grocery shopping with my son, I took a minute to show him where all the exits were. My son is autistic. So I had to take a lot of time to explain to him what would happen if someone, Mr. Chairman, came in that grocery store and started shooting. I don't ever remember my dad having that conversation with me. A friend of mine called me recently and suggested I watch a certain meeting that was in progress on a live stream. I asked him why, and he said, "Trust me, just watch it." And I did. And I actually went back and replayed it a total of 3 times. I studied body language. I listened to words that were used and tones. I think the thing that affected me the most was the intentional use of hurtful, derogatory, and disrespectful words. Key word here is intentional. I often hear people say that God made us all different and how right they are. There is one thing, however, that he gave us that is alike, and that is free will. We are free to choose our words. So when we choose to speak to one another in such hurtful ways, I often wonder, what is the motivation? Is it a need to show what you deem as strength? In my humble opinion, it has become more popular to be a divider as opposed to a uniter, Mr. Gardner. It used to be that people clapped when they heard an inspirational talk and talks that lifted people up. Now it appears we are clapping when a person is being attacked, either verbally, Mr. Connell, or physically. There once was a time when reaching across that aisle, working through a difference in opinion and finding common ground was looked upon in a very positive manner. Now, if you even attempt to work with the opposite party, you are labeled at worst, Mr. Chairman, a traitor. You are hailed as a hero the more you oppose any and everything. Shake your fist, point your finger, and whatever you do, talk over others as loudly as you can. Do not look for win-wins. Where have all of our statesmen gone? Do we really want this sentiment of division to move in and take up permanent residence here in our precious county? If so, what will that division look like? Should we have a Republican and Democratic fire station? You know, so when you call in with your emergency and they say, "What is your emergency?" and you let them know what it is, and they ask you your name and your address, and then we add, "What is your political party?" And depending upon your answer, firemen and firewomen from your political party will come and rescue you and your family. Now, what if, however, your party happens to be out on another call, and the only help available is the opposite party's responders? Will you say, "Never mind, we'll figure something out"? I'm almost done. While this may seem far-fetched, just remember, none of us in this room ever thought that we would be worried and living with the realization about getting killed during a church service, or someone walking into a school and start shooting at innocent children.
Susan, I'm going to need to ask you to move along.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you.
You know what a Jones does. They just get up started.
We love you.
So words matter, self-discipline matters, empathy matters, truth matters. I pray that this present governing body and the members coming on in a few months will choose to work in a harmonious and solution-focused manner. May I humbly suggest that this governing body consider enlisting the help of a professional that specializes in conflict resolution and leadership training. Use the free will that God gave you in a way that will glorify Him. I'd like to share with you in closing a scripture. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. I know how fortunate I was growing up around that kitchen table. That table was truly special. It makes me sad to think that maybe they don't make kitchen tables like they used to. Or do they? It's up to you. In closing, I'd like to dedicate this to my father, Bobby Jones, who knew the vital role that that kitchen table played in our everyday lives. Thank you so much for your time.
Susan, we really enjoyed that. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. Mr. DeBose.
And that concludes the sign-up list.
Very good, and that concludes public comments. We move now to a public presentation by Clemson Extension, Mr. Ryan Bean. Ryan, are you here? Yep, there you are. No predictions on football tonight, okay?
Trying to keep it positive. Council, thank you for having us tonight. I've heard a lot of things about this county over the last couple months, but I want to assure you that of all the counties I work in the state, and I do work statewide, and for those of you who don't know me, I'm a forestry and natural resource agent with Clemson Extension, based here in Camden. This is my home county, and we're so grateful to have an office space provided by this county. But in all the counties that I work in across the state, I really do say that this is my favorite county to work in. The people here are welcoming, they are kind-hearted, they are willing to make change and willing to take the information that we provide and make those changes. With that in mind, I wanted to tell you we have a 4-H agent that is new to this council. She's been here for a good while now, but we haven't been here to talk to y'all yet. But I wanted her to come in tonight simply to tell you about the great things that are going on in the county with our youth and related to agriculture and how Clemson Extension is doing our best to serve the youth of this county, and then open up the dialogue afterwards for y'all to give us some feedback on where we might be able to strengthen that. But without going too much further, this is Haley Vincent, our 4-H agent for Kershaw County.
Haley, good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Haley Vincent. I've been here for almost 2 years now. And I worked as an intern while I was a student at Clemson for 2 years. So I did have experience through that as well. But since I've been here, you know, I hit the ground running because I was super excited because this is kind of like my passion. I never, ever thought that I would be an educator, which I am. Never really saw myself working with kids, but I do that every day now. And my role, I am trying to bring the things to kids that are not being taught anymore, you know, the essentials of life, agriculture, natural resources, because that's how I was brought up. Even though I'm very young, things have changed drastically since I was these kids' age. So I'm trying to do that in the schools, outside of schools, and clubs. You know, if we can do it virtually, like we did with COVID, a lot of that was virtual. So I try to hit them, you know, in every possible way that I can, community events, you know. But a lot of these youth that we have in this county are not fortunate enough to be able to pay and do stuff. So I hit a lot of kids in the schools because that's where they are. They're there every day, so that's where I go. And right now, or this past year, I was in 6 schools. 5 of those were public schools. 1 of those was a private school, and that was Camden Military Academy. Since I've started, I have reached over 1,000 youth in this past year, and I've actually had about a 50-50 ratio for males and females, which is not, you know, your normal. You usually have way more girls than boys in 4-H, but I do have a lot of males that are very interested in this. And I have 3 active clubs within the county, and that is a natural resources club that focuses, you know, on conservation, wildlife, and they were actually the state winner for South Carolina 4-H for the Wildlife Food Plot Project. So they planted that, had, you know, great success. Wildlife came, you know, it was great. And then I have a horse club. This is a very big horse county, so I have a 4-H horse club, and these kids do not have to own a horse to participate. So Rebecca Hudson actually allows them to work with her horses, and she teaches them all aspects of horses. And I have a shotgun shooting club that is led by a former military, he's a military veteran. His name is Brad Lawing, and he teaches gun safety, shooting sports. He teaches all the aspects of that, you know, just the things that kids need to be aware of. And I was able to have 8 very successful summer camps this summer. I was very busy. The kids loved it. But all of this could not be possible without any of your support that you give me. And my plans for this coming year is to do embryology within all of the 3rd grade classrooms. The standards just changed from 2nd grade to 3rd grade, so I will have to switch those. So we will be hatching chicks in classrooms in the schools. I am adding 2 more school gardens, and that's at Leslie Stover Middle School and Lugoff Elgin High School. And I'm starting a homeschool club, so the homeschool kids, not just the public schools, they're involved as well. And I'm gaining another elementary school, and that is Midway Elementary. You know, I'm just trying to promote awareness of 4-H in the county because 4-H is a declining thing, so I'm trying to, you know, build it back up, make everybody aware, and it's not just your agriculture and your sewing, stuff like that. I mean, we do any and everything, and I try to provide those opportunities for every single child in this county. So I just wanted to say thank you for your support and your continued support.
Do you mind taking a few questions? All right, comments? Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Haley, I just want to say thank you for reaching out the west of Waterbury more and getting involved and picking out those schools, because as I was going down your list, I was like, we're kind of strong over on this area on the east side, but appreciate that. And Brad Long is good people. He's also the commandant out there at the Canada Military Academy. So you have a good partner.
Yes, he is very good.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Ben.
thanks so much for coming tonight, and thank you for having the foresight of doing a homeschool group, especially with COVID. That community has increased significantly, and a lot of them are interested in farming and agricultural and self-reliance. So appreciate that very much.
Other comments? 530% increase in the last 2 years. Now that is something. And you say you have over 1,000?
I have reached over 1,000 kids, and that is with over 6 hours of programming. So 6 hours is our magic number. So for us to really count it, I have to have 6 hours of interaction with the kids. So that is 6 hours for each kid.
Yeah, good.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, sir.
I would just like to say thank you for what you're doing. As a Clemson graduate, I love Clemson. I love the extension program and how they reach into communities, and the 4-H program's something my dad did growing up. It's not anything I did, but it's been around for a long time, and it's touched a lot of lives and a lot of families and a lot of kids. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah, I want to echo that. They didn't have 4-H when I was coming along, and my version of 4-H was hanging tobacco in a hot barn on a harvest day. I never want to do that again. But this is really, truly good. Get them young and teach them how. And then this county has, I think it's somewhere in the top of the state in terms of agricultural business, and at the top 17% in the United States of America for agriculture. Agriculture is a big deal in Kershaw County. Did I step on you, Ben? Please,
No,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to interrupt you at all. I just had one other thought. There's a pretty big master gardener community that's gone through the Clemson Extension Program. Do you ever have the master gardeners in the community come out and teach the kids or interact with them in any way?
I don't right now, but with all my school gardening starting to, you know, really pick up and stuff, I do plan to utilize my master gardeners because, you know, they're master gardeners for a reason. So I want to use them to come to the school, you know, and teach.
It'd just be a great source of volunteers. Thanks.
Other comments? Well, thank you very much. And I have a more optimistic view of your football team than does your boss. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, the next item on the agenda, let's see if I can catch up here, is adoption of the agenda itself. Can we have a motion to approve the agenda on the screen?
Second.
Mr. Gardner got it first, Mr. Tucker second. Any discussion? I'll just say, I believe you're going to have us do an executive session there, Mr. Administrator, tonight.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. With that, we move now to approval of minutes. Can we approve the minutes as written? Can we have a motion to do so?
Make a motion to approve the
Mr. Tucker, a second?
minutes.
Second.
Yeah, for Mr. Brazel. Any discussion?
Thank you, Ms. Mary.
None? With that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify. And I believe you would abstain, Brand.
Yes.
So it's unanimous with Mr. Tomlinson abstaining. Okay, very good. We move now to the...
Madam Clerk has a question, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
ma'am. And we didn't vote on that. Oh, my goodness. Thank you for bringing me back online. Since we put it up there, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor signify. And I believe you can vote on that one. Yeah, it's unanimous. Thank you, Mary. Good gosh. Minutes have been approved. We move now to ordinances. Item number 1 is a second reading of an ordinance setting the millage rate for Kershaw County for the fiscal year beginning 1 July. It's at tab B, and in your electronic books, it's at page 8. With that, can we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, make a motion to approve.
Mr. Tucker, a second.
Second.
Second from Mr. Gardner. It's on the table. With that, we'll move to a discussion of that. I think the administrator has a couple of points to make. I'll let you take it from there, and then we'll get into discussion. Go ahead. Hopefully the screen works. Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. I just wanted to briefly go over this and just recap what the process was for this budget and some of the things accomplished. So up before you, you have your the goals that were set out in February, low, medium, and high priority that was initially set out. As of second reading, 14 June, the items in red were not funded or not in work at the time. The green items were in work and funded, and the yellow were either in work and or funded. So they were in process. Green, I'm sorry, was completed.
And the yellow includes such things as sheriff's pay rise and things of that nature.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Moving on, this is the outcomes of this budget as it was passed. You can see a lot of the red is removed. There's still a couple items there, but a lot of the yellows went away, and we ended up with more green. That was improvements to solid waste, public services such as sewer, the probate court. We were able to add some additional funding to the public defender, so very important functions. Personnel, we were able to improve our employee retention incentives with competitive salaries. Public safety, again, going back, SROs, fire, EMS, and 911, which was a critical component for 911, bringing their salaries up into a competitive area there. So, and then finance is the elimination of the sewer tax and a significant reduction in county debt as a result.
Thank you.
And that is my report there.
Any questions for the administrator? Because he's going to be followed by the auditor if he's here. Any discussion, questions? All right, auditor, are you here? Dennis? There was some discussion about the millage levels and what that meant to houses, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Go ahead, Dennis.
Good afternoon, council members, Ms. Mary, Mr. DeBose, Mr. Templer. During the last 30 days, several council members have contacted me and asked me to run some numbers and give some examples on certain price homes in certain districts. So I've prepared that. I've dropped it off at each of your seatings, and would like to go over that with you just briefly and answer any questions you may have, and then we'll wrap up at the end, and you can contact me afterwards for individual constituent concerns on how it may impact their values and their tax bills. The first page is unincorporated districts, which is basically almost everything other than the city of Camden, the District 276, which surrounds Camden, and the Lugoff Fire District. The unincorporated, the proposed millage on a $100,000 primary residence, not including any homestead or other exemptions, is $30.60 a year. This added to the fee increase of $20 for fire and $43 for solid waste equals a total increase of $93.60 per year. For the Lugoff Fire District, which is a different millage, it's a little bit of an increase due to that millage going to actually Lugoff Fire. Proposed millage increase on $100,000 primary residence, again without any homestead or other exemptions, is $33.46. This added to the fee increase of $60 for Lugoff Fire and $43 for solid waste equals a total increase of $136.46. These numbers are estimates based on the data available as of today's date and subject to change due to the local option sales tax credit that will not be determined until September, and that's tax that we receive back from the state. And we don't really have any numbers yet from the city of Camden, and I haven't received any updates from the Kershaw County School District. So based on what y'all have proposed so far, that's the numbers without any homestead. Now I have one council member requested that we run some rates for homestead, and a quick history on homestead. Age 66 and above, the first $50,000 in value, you don't pay any taxes on that. So that averages somewhere between $300 and $325 a year. There are some properties in Kershaw County that don't meet the $50,000, and so they don't have any tax whatsoever, but they still pay the fees. The homestead does not exempt fees. And I'll speed this one up a little bit. $100,000 primary residence with homestead exemption is $21.60 a year. The fee increase of $20 for fire, $43 for solid waste, added that millage increase is a total of $84.60 from the previous year, 2021. On a $200,000 primary residence with homestead, the exemption is $36.43. Fee increase of $20 for fire, $43 for solid waste, comes to a total of $99.43. In the Lugoff Fire District, the same scenarios, the bottom line on that is an overall increase of $120.46, and that includes the $60 for fire, $43 for solid waste. And on a $200,000 primary residence, the fee increase of $60 for fire and $43 for solid waste, that total is an increase of $146.52. And then lastly, I had a council member ask concerning a $300,000 house, and that's on page 3. Without any exemptions, that increase is $91.80. And then you add the 43 and the 20, gives it $154.80. And again, that's on a $300,000 house. On a $400,000 house, primary resident, no exemptions, the increase is $122.40 for millage, $20 for fire, $43 for solid waste. That equals $185.40. In the Lugoff Fire District, same scenario equals an increase of $203.38 per year for $300,000 home. And on a $100,000 home, the increase is $236.84. Now, the way we derived these numbers is we took properties from last year. We took exact notices and made the changes based on last year's assessments and changed the millage by the 4.5 that y'all had approved in the first reading. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Arledge, and appreciate you coming up, explaining this, and taking the time out and making it where we all can understand it. Just want to make some points right quick in reference to, it's not a 6% increase, because I've heard that number floating out here since we working on the budget, and that's a big difference in 6% versus 6 mils minus what we saved on sewer, which was 2.1, which brought it back down to the 4.2. Is that correct?
That is correct. We don't calculate anything based on percentages. We calculate in true dollars for the taxpayers.
And to the best of your knowledge, these numbers, and I'm sorry my voice is hoarse, but I'm
Mine too.
Yeah, I'm on very little sleep right now, but it's all good. So my question to you is, these numbers are the best that you can derive to at this time, but it does not include LOST, which is I call it our rebate back to our taxpayers, and that comes from the state once we figure that out. So this could be worst case scenario and continue to get better.
Well, now, when we calculated from last year and changed the millage this year, yes, that did include the loss credit from last year.
Okay, so it does
Yes,
include
sir,
that.
it does include the loss credit.
Okay.
You know, these numbers could go up a couple of dollars or down a couple of dollars based on that loss credit. And again, that is the local option sales tax
Right.
credit that we receive based on sales tax dollars that we receive back from the state.
Right. And I guess my last question is, why was all this possible? What changed in our county that allowed us to have such little impact on the citizens? Was that the mill value?
Well, yes, sir. I mean, when you look at what, let's say a $100,000 house today with the current value of a mill from the millage from last year will equal, with no exemptions or anything, roughly $700 a year. A 4.5 mill increase is, I don't want to call it small, but it's nowhere near going to add 25, 30, 40% to the cost factor there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arledge.
All right. I'd ask you to stick around because I think the dialogue will continue. Without objection, I think we ought to, Mary, if you would provide copies of these charts and the email we have from Mr. Arledge to the media in the due time. So with that, let's go. Mr. Jones, you have your hand up.
Just a couple of questions. Thank you for being here, Dennis. Mr. Arledge, thank you so much. You know, I came to your office this week, and I had requested this information, and you got it for me, and I remember you and I sitting there talking. You know how much I appreciate you doing that. You told me no council member has ever called you for this kind of information. But now tonight I hear that
As detailed as you had asked for, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, well, I appreciate that. I just want to clarify that because I was a little bit confused because, you know, you said the council has requested this, and then I find out when I got here, you're on the agenda to speak on the millage, basically on the report that I asked about, and I appreciate you doing that because you can certainly make it a whole lot more clear than I can, and I mean that with the most kindest words. It's just the facts.
Well, Councilman Jones asked for what you see on page 2, which was in great detail, and a lot of people don't include age 66 and older, which is our senior groups that sometimes are more difficult to pay the increases.
And you and I certainly agree on this.
But I just, that was a great idea, that we had great dialogue.
We did.
And we spent about about 2 hours together
We sure
working
did.
on this.
We did, but I just
And,
wanted to clear that up because I didn't know anybody else that came to you, because at that time you had mentioned to me that no council member has ever come to
Had
you.
not up to that point.
And you're a
since
very
then.
valuable resource to them with the numbers you have, and you proved that to me, whether I agree totally with everything or whatever. But what I've got the biggest problem with it is not necessarily if it's 4%, 6%. I'll speak of it in just a little bit before we take the vote, the way it was handled, which has nothing to do with you. But I thank you so much for you coming up here and giving that report. You did a better job than I could have.
Thank you. Well, I've got one of the best staffs, and they are available to any of y'all. If you've got constituent issues on any of these numbers, we're here to service you.
I will say this too. I have called you on numerous occasions with constituent issues, and you have jumped right on it, and I certainly appreciate that. And you always have gotten back with me as well. And you don't have to do that, but you do. And I just want you to know I appreciate your work ethic on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments? How back to you, Mr. Tucker? You had the lead on that. Go ahead and have a seat, Dennis. Maybe you sit right back there and jump right back up. Mr. Tucker?
No other report at this time, Mr. Chairman.
The second, I believe, was Mr. Gardner.
Yeah, I don't have a question at this time.
All right. Any other comments?
Now, this is to vote on second reading, am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
I do have some comments.
Go right ahead, please.
I think everybody's been waiting on that, so I'm going to go ahead and do it with all the kindness and generosity that I can. There's no malice in this. This is just the facts. The millage ordinance is part of the budget process, and I want to expose the budget process for what it is this year. It was done without any real public notice or public involvement. The budget process was done by 4 members of council to keep the other council members, in my opinion, and the public in the dark until after the elections in June. At second reading of the budget on Election Day, June 14, 2022, when voting was conducted, no fees and no tax increases were discussed, included, or even mentioned. 4 members of council, including the outgoing defeated chairman, completely ambushed me and Mr. Brazel with 5 amendments and added a big tax increase and big fee increases on third reading at the tune of around $63 in new fees and increased taxes to the maximum amount allowed. Mr. Connell also indicated that he also had no notice of a proposed amendment to the budget and added a big tax increase and voted against the amendment. On third reading, again, 4 council members with no notice to the public or me or Mr. Brazel increased fees and taxes on, I'll just use one example because Dennis did a great job going all of them. $100,000 owned house by a citizen over 65 years of age. That increase is about 26% in 1 year. And I know we don't deal with, the auditor doesn't deal with percentages, but I do. In the rural areas, for a $100,000 residence, for a 65-year-old, 66-year-old, and above citizen, Kershaw County Council in this year's budget increased fees and taxes $84 in 1 year. That's over a 26% increase in the fee and tax burden for a citizen in a $100,000 home. And folks, there's a lot of people that live in a $100,000 home. And those are the ones that are most impacted by what we do. These fees and taxes of 26% increase for senior citizens in a $100,000 home comes at the worst time when the county has a big surplus. And I think we've probably almost hit 26 million at some point in time in our surplus. The public was not fooled by the ambush. You know, we try to do things up here, and I won't go there. Just let me say this. The public is not ambushed. And by the third reading in the June election made it clear, that the public demands leadership and a new chairperson and new council. In June, I was kept in the dark. The public was kept in the dark. But the public has spoken, and starting January, things will be different with a new county council, a majority new county council, and with a new chairperson leading this. Government can, and I want to say this too, and I truly believe this in my heart, and I try to do everything I can to say it with no anger, no malice, no intent. It's just the facts. And I was told by a wise man who's no longer with us. Always, if you're speaking the truth, Jimmy, no matter how harsh the truth is, it's the truth. I don't believe government can be trusted this time, and I am part of government. The city of Camden has a 35 to 50% increase in their electric bills in 1 month. A city council member tells the truth and says, we guessed wrong when the city changed their electric provider. Now, it is costing most Kershaw County residents who have no choice but to buy the Camden electricity at least $1,000 a year increase because the city cannot provide a vital service at a reasonable rate due to a bad decision by city council. Now you're saying, Jimmy, why are you talking about the city council when you're sitting here in county council? And I see the grins on a couple faces out here, but this is serious, guys. I take this very serious. I don't dislike or hate anybody up here. I just don't agree with most of them up here. I have my opinion. And when I have folks call me that live off very little each month, and their light bill or whatever has gone from $250 to $500. A lot of businesses has gone from $1,000 to $2,000, $1,400 to $3,000. Somewhere down the line, the boat was missed. And I just challenge myself first to be more diligent and do a better job to the people I represent. And also ask this council to do the same thing. But Mr. Chairman and members of the council, thank you for your time. And that concludes my report at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Other comments? I would also ask Mr. Templer a couple of questions. The green on the left-hand side is high priority, and much of that was not delivered on the 14th of June, which led to the discussion on the 28th of June to whether we fill those or not. The green at the upper left is the Sheriff's Department millage, correct?
Correct.
And that accounts for what our first priority is as a council is to provide for the safety of our people with the Sheriff's Office, the SROs, the fire, and the EMS, and 911, and all of those were funded with millage.
Correct.
And the millage impact was reduced by the fact that we cut our budget payments for debt because we cut debt in half. Is that correct?
Almost in half.
We had a debt that we cut in half with this budget, cut in half. So we all know that we were rightly criticized over the last, say, 30 years for incurring debt. And this budget cut debt in half, which then freed up millage to be applied to things that we needed in the high priority on the left-hand side. That's why the millage increase was less. And the second reason the millage increase was less was, as you heard already, the assessments went up, so the value of a mill was higher. And then the third reason is we dispensed with the sewer tax and went with a ratepayer mode. In the past, every citizen was paying the sewer tax. It was an industrial tax, an industrial development tax, but it came to be known as a sewer tax. So you were paying for sewer whether you were getting sewer or not. Is that correct, Mr. Templer?
That's correct.
And that accounts for a better than 2 mil decrease in the total millage that had to be applied in this situation. So Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Templer have done an exemplary job of being able to fill what we asked you to do in February. If you go back to the first chart, you don't need to, it's the same as this chart. We had so many high priority requirements that we asked Mr. Templer and Mr. Carpenter to find ways to do that and lessen the impact on the citizens. So that's what happened. And it was a very fine job in the usual pattern of Mr. Templer and Mr. Carpenter. Now, this is what we asked you to do with high priority, medium priority, and low priority on that chart. That was the method we used, and we've used it every year. And we decided to find innovative ways, thinking outside the box, to find ways to lessen the burden on tax. So I think I pretty well summed that up with cutting debt in half, getting rid of the sewer tax, and then exploiting effectively and very compassionately ways to reduce the tax burden. It is a tax burden, that is true, but it is very low. And we think we've apportioned it fairly well to do the thing for which the county was instituted first to do, which is provide services and protection. Now, part of this discussion began with the pressure we had on growth in this county, especially in West Wateree, that put a lot of pressure on services that we alone provide. Those services included waste, sewer, police, fire, and EMS, things that we could not do wrong, we had to do right. And much of that is in the left-hand side of this chart. Some of those were handled by fees through application of fees, as in fire, and others were handled through millage. And that was the construct of this very effective budget. It is a little painful for some of us, for most of us, and it had to be taken in order to achieve what we, the council, agreed unanimously to every man up here, and to include Mr. Tomlinson's predecessor, agreed on this prioritization in February. It was unanimous. But then comes the hard part, which is the budget part, and that's where we are. We've moved beyond that now. We're actually executing the budget with a millage against these priorities. So, further comments, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Russell.
Dennis, can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, Dennis, if you don't mind coming back up.
Sorry to make you get back up.
Don't step on Susan back there.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
So I've got a few questions just to help me better understand the different parts and pieces of how we collect revenue and what's different this year from last year. This past year was a reassessment, countywide reassessment. So this coming budget, the one we're working on now, will have an increase from the previous year. Is that correct?
Well, you'll be based on last year's reassessment numbers, yes, sir.
An increase in what?
In revenue.
I don't know. Yeah, okay.
I don't know that I have the answer to that. An increase in revenue over and above last year?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Due to the fact that homes have increased in value,
Well,
do we know how much revenue we'll gain organically, if you will?
no, sir, we won't have that information available probably till about September, because we will not receive the information from Department of Revenue, which is the business personals, manufacturing, fee load. All of that will not come into us until sometime in September. But now on the real estate part, there's nothing that's going to change from last year, from 2021 to 2022, other than new homes and new business.
Well, the real estate values increased though, correct?
Last year they increased.
So we do know how much that increase is?
Yes, sir. On the real estate side, on the assessed values from last year,
Yes, sir.
we can draft a report for that.
I'd be interested in knowing how much additional revenue we've gained from organic growth from real estate values being worth more today than they were 6 years ago prior to the last reassessment.
All right, so you're not looking from just 20 to 21, you're looking for 6 years past?
Well, isn't that the point in time in which the last reassessment occurred? Every 5 years?
5 years ago?
We do a assessment every 5 years.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
Good question.
And then you can delay it for a year. So we went 6 years, and then we end up doing it, and then so the next one came 4 years later because you got to get back in rotation.
And that information comes from the assessor's office, but I can request the report.
What I'm trying to understand is how many dollars Kershaw County will take in from a natural organic growth, just due to the fact that now my house is worth 20 or 30% more than it was because the real estate market's been obviously out of control. So that's a question I have that I want to understand. How much money do we have coming naturally without changing the millage?
Okay.
That's one question I have, and I'd love to hear that number and know what that is. I think you answered a question. You don't know what fee in lieu money is going to be yet, right? Is that what you said?
No, sir, we'll generate those bills come September.
Okay, so that was another question I had. But I would also like to know what that number is. And then those numbers added together, that'll tell us, okay, we increased revenue of whatever, 500,000, 2 million, whatever it is. I'd just like to know, because those are revenues that are reoccurring revenues that we can use for services.
And prior to then, we can provide you what the fee in lieu numbers were from last year.
Correct.
Okay, which we don't anticipate a lot of difference, but again, that information comes to us from Department of Revenue.
Okay.
Let me be clear about that one, though. It was my understanding we don't have the DOR report on FILO till like November or so, based on divestments, evaluation, investments, and so on. So that's certified as a part of a calendar year review. Is that correct? To answer?
Well, we don't bill them out until November.
Right. There you go.
But the information will be ready in September, as you stated?
We normally receive most of our DOR assessments in September.
I would love to see those numbers in October, if at all possible.
Okay. As soon as we get them, we'll provide them to you.
Sure, at the next meeting, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, I don't know we'll have them by your next meeting, but I mean, we'll.
The meeting after
Sure.
you receive them is what I meant. I'm
Okay.
sorry. So I would like to know what that is, and I would also like to be able to compare that number with how many dollars are gained due to the millage increase as a complete revenue increase for the county. So we're looking at things at a per house. Well, there sure is a lot of houses and commercial buildings in Kershaw County. I'd like to know what that total number is. We can't base a budget off of what we think a $100,000 house increase is going to be. We can certainly debate whether or not we want to increase taxes on citizens, but I can't form a budget based on those numbers. I got to look at the whole enchilada, if you will.
So what you're looking for is the dollars gained by the millage overall.
Correct.
The gross dollars.
Correct. So we should have two increases. One that's what I'm going to refer to as an organic growth, and then one that's going to be a taxed increase, a millage increase growth. And so those numbers are combined is what Kershaw County will gain as a whole. And that will be the amount of money that we have to work with if this budget passes than what it was last year.
I follow you. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Brazel, can I share something with you for a second?
Of course.
That's a very good question, and let me just give you a living example that happened. Blue Gulf Fire came to us one year, and they said, we're here to tell you we don't have to ask for any more increase in millage this year because of the population growth and the increased value of the mill, we've got new money. We got additional money. So there's a lot to be said for what Mr. Brazel just asked for, folks, and I appreciate you've done that. Good job.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so the last question, the local option sales tax. Whenever we know what that number is, I would like to know if it's significantly more this year than last year, due to economic development in the state of South Carolina, due to not Kershaw County, but due to places like Greenville and BMW and Charleston with the Volvo plant and Boeing and all the tourism that we have. Henry McMaster said there was a $2 billion surplus and that we've been able to fund many things due to that surplus. $2 billion, that's billion with a B, because of things like economic development throughout the state, and that there's going to be a decrease in South Carolina sales tax. A portion of that's going to come back to the citizens, and then a portion of that's going to go to things like funding technical schools and a lot of benefits for students and so on and so forth. That I can't remember every detail, but I would think that the local option sales tax numbers should increase due to everything just being significantly more.
Well, last year it was higher than normal, but it was, from what I read, it was based on stimulus money being spent. The local option sales tax money goes back to the property taxpayers. The county doesn't use any of that money.
That's the rebate.
That's correct.
So
on your tax notice, where you see lost credit,
right.
that is a credit back to the taxpayers.
So I'm wondering if that's increasing in an amount that would offset millage increases. Those are all things that I would need to know.
Well, we can look and see once we get those numbers, what type of, if it's an increase or not. I'd be surprised if it was an increase. Based on, when I've looked back at the history, I mean, I've been in that office 3 years, but when I look back at a 10-year, last year was the largest lost credit we've had ever gotten back.
Okay. Well, I would just be curious to know because listening to his speech, you know, he, I think, stated we've got so much money that we don't know what to do with all of it, so we're going to give a portion of it back to the taxpayer, and we fully funded SROs in schools and so forth and so on. It was quite an inspiring speech, to say the least. But I want to see how does that affect Kershaw County specifically, and does it, right? I mean, are we seeing help? Are we seeing relief because of all those high revenue numbers, because of all the good things that are in South Carolina? So
Right. If
if those are things that we can put together, that would help me wrap my head around this budget a whole lot more.
Okay. And again, you know, and to all council members, if you come up with questions between this meeting and the next, if you give me plenty of advance notice, I'll provide you the answers. We can get them.
Okay.
We just can't pull them out of thin air, but we can get them.
No, and I'm not asking for that now.
No, I know, but I'm just saying other things that as you come up with, let us know. Because sometimes it takes all three of those departments to be able to come up with what you're looking for.
Well, and I'll be quite frank, I didn't have those questions until I listened to what you had to say to us.
Okay.
Once I heard the explanations of the what and the where and the why, those questions came to mind. So I wanted to clarify. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it, Dennis.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ben?
So tonight, I'm going to support the millage in second reading only with a view towards third reading, because I'm still trying to figure out if there's a way we can do something that would not put Kershaw County in violation of state law. We're required to have our house in order by a certain date by state law, and required to send out tax notices by a certain date by state law. And so in talking to Mr. DeBose, Mr. Templer, Mr. Arledge, they need to know what the millage actually is come first or second week in September, I believe it was, Mr. Arledge. And the budget requires 3 readings and a hearing. The millage requires 3 readings and a public hearing. And practically, I'm still trying to research and figure out if there's a way we can do something that would impact the budget. You heard Mr. Jones. Some of his points I certainly agree with. I didn't like how the budget was handled, but it is what it is at this point. 4 members of the council voted in favor of it, and so it's the budget that we have. And so those are issues I'm still looking into, Mr. Chairman, but I will support it on second reading tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Very quickly.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. You know, here's where I'm at, and it goes back to when I say, do I trust government? When I feel purposely left out of a meeting or process, And then we sit up here and we say, well, we've reduced your debt, we've reduced your millage, we've reduced your fees, less money's going to come out. You know, this county's done such a great job. But I would ask that you look at your tax bills and see if they've gone down or gone up this year. So that's where I'm at. And, you know, it goes back to when you say we created 500 jobs, we did not create 500 jobs. It goes back to when you say on our website that we've got a $20 million company that's confidential, and we got 300 jobs that are confidential. How do you collect confidential taxes? How do you have a confidential? That was on our webpage for many years, and I brought it to this council's attention with many other great things that, and of course, I didn't expect any applause or recognitions from anybody. I don't really care if I get them from anybody. But bottom line is I'm going to state the facts that I have them. And that's just the facts. But there's no way I can support this tonight regardless, because the simple fact of the deliberate intent to keep me out of the process, and I'm convinced of that. And then the back and forth about, well, there's less millage this year than it was last year, or there's less fees. We've saved you all this money. Well, you're still going to have increases on your bills. But anyway, with all kindness and love, I yield back to the council.
Any further comments? Ready to call the question? Mr. Gardner, please.
Yeah, let me say something about the process. I've been here 12 years. I've sat through 12 budgets, and without exception, amendments are made on third reading. It's just the way it's done. Go back. You can go back and look. Third, the amendments are made because on first reading, we have no numbers. Pass it in title only. Because we started this budget process back in, in March or whenever. We meet with department heads with budget meetings in April, May. All these numbers come from department heads. We don't sit up here and make them up. The numbers come from the department heads who tell us what they need. So we start that process then. We have 3 readings. We got to start the process. First reading's in title. When we get the second reading, usually we have the numbers in place. So we start to work on the process of what can we cut, what can we add to, what do we need to do. So therefore, everything is done on third reading because you're just getting into that process with the numbers. That's why it's done on third reading. If you go back and look at the record, 95+% of the amendments are always made on third reading. It's just the way it's done. It's not that you're trying to hide anything. It's just that's the way it's done. And history will tell you that. If you want to go back and research it, that's when amendments are made. So just to set the record straight, that's the way it's done. Thank you.
Final comments? I'm ready to call the question. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mr. Jones.
that won't be the way it's done come January. It'll
Thank
be
you.
posted in the budget. Any amendments on third reading will be posted in the budget for second reading. I think that's going to probably
We do
change.
it any way you want to in January of next year, Mr. Jones.
Okay.
I wish
we're
you all
not
the
here to
most
talk
luck,
political
Mr.
issues.
Chairman, if I may. I
Yeah,
wish
go
you all
ahead.
the best, Mr.
Okay.
What's your name?
Very good.
Excuse me.
I think this is off the topic.
Mr. Chairman,
With that, Mr. Connell,
I have a
go ahead.
substantive comment. I asked Mr. DeBose, we were chatting this week, on how many counties have the millage separate from the budget, or how many of them line up. And I think, is it true that the majority of counties, I don't know if it's a super majority, but they line those two up so that these timing issues don't occur?
Yeah, I know some counties read the millage ordinance at the same time they read the budget. And I believe we did it one year here, maybe. Yeah, we did it here one year. We read the millage and the budget at the same time. Is that not correct?
Within recent memory before me? Or?
Within recent memory, yes.
Mm-hmm.
One year.
Was there something exceptional that happened that year? Okay.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, anyway, I'd be curious to know because I think some of the department heads, or at least the salary increases, Mr. Templer, some of those have already been put into action. Is that right?
All of them.
Yeah, so all the salary increases have already been put in action. And so the millage would naturally follow the budget. But if you had a situation like this where if the millage happened to fail on second or third reading, you've got salary increases already in place that are acted on that we're paying out of savings. I don't know, it just seems a little inconsistent to me. And maybe we should look at if there's a best practice on combining the millage and the budget so that what the mechanism that pays for the budget is actually approved at the same time.
For what it's worth, if I'm in this seat next year, I will have that as a top priority to make
Okay.
it line up. It's clunky to not have them in concert with one another.
Thank you, Mr. Templer.
Yeah, Danny and I have had a long discussion about that. And the practices at county and at state and at the federal level are a little bit out of sync. Russell, you've highlighted the first one, which is DOR didn't tell us very much. And I would tell you September and October is optimistic to know philo and LOST. I've never known it in these 8 years to have either one of those until well into November. So that's out of sync with the budget process and informs, quite ironically, it informs not the process this year, it informs the cycle next year. And so I think it's worthy of y'all addressing that in the coming year. It'll be interesting to see how you do that. And secondly, we are forced to do a fiscal year budget, and many of our inputs are brought to us on a calendar year, fiscal year being 1 July and calendar year being 1 January. So it's a tough problem. And that's why up front, prioritization is important. That's the way we get through it. And then secondly, we as a county, before I came here and while I've been here as a chairman, have always required, when you came in with an amendment to the budget, you came in with a put and a take. You had to tell where the money was going to come from and where it came and where money was cut. Or if you were going to do a tax increase, you had to talk about that. So that's what we went through. We all amended it. It was painful on the third reading. And to Tom Gardner's point, that's the way it was done before I came here, and that's the way it's been done the last 8 years. Certainly willing to watch in the coming years of how this talented new bunch will take it on. With that, let's call the question, and I move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Mr. Tucker, did you want to speak?
Yes, sir. And Mr.
Yeah,
Mr.
please.
Chairman, thank
Brian,
you.
go ahead.
Yes, sorry, real quick. Being new, being here on council, I wasn't didn't date back to January to the budget meetings and be a part of the budget process. I really appreciate Mr. Brazel, Mr. Jones, and everybody else on council who brought up alternative ways to be able to fund the millage. It's kind of hard coming in looking at voting for an increase in taxes, especially my grandparents are on a fixed income and live in District 5, but also the fire is something that I really support, and we have to bolster, and we're going to have to figure out a way to do that, all first responders. With that, I just wanted to add that I would be abstaining from this vote.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your comments and welcome. With that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Mr. Gardner, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Burns, and Mr. Connell. Those opposed, Mr. Jones and Mr. Brazel. And motion passes and moves to a third reading with Mr. Tomlinson abstaining. With that, we move to the next item on the agenda. You can take that slide down. It's item number 2. It's at tab C, page 9. This is Mr. Connell's favorite. With that, it's the second reading of an ordinance adopting and enacting a new code for Kershaw County, providing for the repeat of certain ordinances not included thereof, providing for a penalty for the violation thereof, providing for the manner of amending such code, and providing when such code and ordinance shall become effective and other means related thereto. Mr. Connell, I give you the honors to make a motion.
Making a motion that we approve on second reading.
A second, please.
Second.
From Mr. Tucker. Over to you, Ben, if you want to open it.
Well, I won't belabor it. This is one that we've been working on for a long time. There may be some edits or changes as we lead into third reading, but they'll be well discussed, and it's been a long time coming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it has. Other comments? Mr. Tucker, you had second?
No, sir, no further comment.
Any further comments? Can't believe Mr. DeBose is not shouting from the rooftops. With that, let's move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. And it's unanimous and moves to a third reading. Under old business, item number was not item number, but it's at tab D at page 11, citing the job description, executive search and discussion for administrator. Mr. Tucker, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session for proposal to executive search.
All right, and can we have a second?
Second.
Second. So executive session is necessary?
Mr. Chairman, I think if you're going to act the way you do it, is you make a motion in a second, then make a motion for executive session.
All right, so I accept that as a motion amended, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir.
To discuss this, and over to you, Mr. Tucker, to make the motion for executive
But
session.
you got a second, same second for the
Right,
first motion?
same second.
Yeah.
Amendment. So it's a motion to go into executive session for personnel reasons for executive session.
And who would you need in that room?
Mr. DeBose is the only one at this time that I can foresee.
All right, and do you foresee a vote when we come back out?
Yes, a possible vote necessary.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, very good. Any discussion, Mr. Tucker?
No, sir.
Mr. Gardner? Anybody else?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Folks, it says right here that we're going into executive session to do for discussion and a proposal for an executive search. I just absolutely agree. I will be embarrassed if we're asking, if we're doing a retainer of $5,000 and $125 an hour to a former county administrator. And I will be appalled if we come out and vote that in. You know, we have 5 more months. We've got a capable person doing the job right now. Why do we want to go out and spend? I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, but that's what it says here. That's the word I've been hearing. Therefore, I would like to ask this council to not do an executive session tonight, to not proceed with this ridiculous search. When we've got a man sitting right here, you just take the interim off his name, let him sit there till January, the new council can come in, because there's nothing we can do that will bind the new council. So we're going to go in and do all this and spend this money for what? I just don't get it. So therefore, I'd like to make an amendment that we do not have an executive session. And
All
that we take
right,
this
we have a
off.
motion to not do the executive session. Would that be the same, Mr. DeBose, as voting against it?
It would be the same as voting against. Yes,
So I could make a ruling on that, is that correct?
Well, Mr. Jones can, if you vote against it, then you won't go into executive session.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Under my motion, under my amendment.
You're making it's a kind of a double negative.
I'm not
situation.
making it complicated. It was complicated when this was put on the agenda, with all due respect.
Well, if he wants to amend it to not go into executive session, but you have to have a positive vote to go into executive session. But I don't think it makes any difference. Procedure is going to end up the same way.
Then why don't I make my amendment to just take this off the agenda packet, just do away with this process?
If you get a second from his amendment, I think procedurally you could proceed to listen here to vote on the amendment. Amendment, if he gets a second, you can vote on it, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we get a second on his.
Yes.
Just to make sure the process doesn't get in the way.
Yes.
Does it have a second to Mr. Jones' amendment to not go into executive session?
Can I make one comment prior to the vote?
Well, that would be a ruling, and why don't you go ahead?
So,
You have a second yet, so it's not on the floor.
I need a second to get it on the floor.
okay, then I'll second it.
Thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Jones, will you yield?
Well, I'll yield to Mr. Brazel.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
So I looked at and reviewed the contract, and quite frankly, we can talk about it in executive session and bring it back out for a vote, or we can talk about it in here. It doesn't bother me either way. I do think we need to discuss it as a body and come up with a vote one way or the other. So I'm comfortable either way, because I know at the end of the day, we're going to come out here and we're going to make a decision. I think the information is all public information. It's published in the agenda, correct?
Yes, so your consulting agreement is in the agenda, so discussing it, you can certainly do that in public. The actual agreement is in the agenda. I think Mr. Tucker, but I think his motion is to discuss the methodology of the requirements for an administrator, not to discuss the actual agreement. You're right, Mr. Brazel, that's a public document, the terms of the agreement. I think Mr. Tucker's wants to discuss the methodology. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
That's correct. Yes, sir, Mr. Bose.
In other words, requirements, personnel requirements.
How we doing? We doing okay?
I'm good discussing them either way.
All right.
I do have I think it was line item number 25 that I would like to discuss in public
Yes,
at
and you
the
can when we come out.
appropriate time. So if we want to take a vote now about the executive session, or if we want to take a vote on Mr. Jones' amended.
You have to take it on the amendment now because
I've
the
got
amendments.
it on the floor now, so
Well,
I've got to
let's
move it
take the
forward.
amendment, then we'll move forward and
Okay.
get it behind us.
Mr. Jones, you want to restate your amendment, and we'll vote on it?
My amendment is to take under old business, executive search discussion and proposal as to executive search be removed and not dealt with tonight.
All right, very good. And all those in favor signify by raising your hands. Mr. Jones, all those opposed signify by raising your hands. And it's Mr. Connell, Mr. Brazel, Mr. Burns, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Tucker, and Mr. Tomlinson. So that motion fails. We move now to the original amendment, which is to go into executive session with a vote to follow and discussion, of course. Yeah. Go ahead.
On what's on the table right now, just in my world, this is a contract. Council members are going to have questions that relate to legal issues within the contract. And in order for any attorney-client privilege to attach, you want to have your attorney present and not third parties. That's the nature of the contract. And I'm sure we'll talk about it publicly, but any actual legal questions that the council members have, they want to ask them with their attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
That's correct.
And that's the motion we have. Correct, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so with that and further discussion, thank you, Ben. We move to a vote. All those in favor of executive session signify by raising your hand. Mr. Tomlinson, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Burns, Mr. Brazel, and Mr. Connell. And those opposed would be Mr. Jones. And the motion passes. We'll move into executive session. You can turn the mics off for a while. No votes were taken, and we'll move forward now into a broader discussion. And thank you, Mr. Bowes, for taking us through some finer legal points. With that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify to come out of executive session, and it's unanimous. Mary, with that, we turn to Mr. Brazel for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to have a called meeting to appoint the next administrator of Kershaw County.
Can we have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Jones. You want to lead discussion there, Mr. Brazel?
I don't know how specific we want to get in this moment, but we definitely have a salary range, and we definitely have a candidate who's proved himself worthy. I think to be able to move forward quickly, effectively, and to give every employee at Kershaw County the fastest settling would be not to drag this process out.
Okay.
It would be to appoint the next administrator within the next 48 hours. Let's say 48 hours. There's a multitude of reasons to do a search. There's a multitude of reasons to move quickly to appoint our next administrator. Everyone had good points. Nobody had any points that were incorrect or invalid. But I think for the sake of Kershaw County, I think for the sake of all the employees of Kershaw County, I think the quickest, most settling action that we can make tonight is to move forward with this appointment. We can call this for a vote.
Thank you, sir. Other comments? Mr. Jones, I believe you had a second.
Danny Templer, I want to just say something to you. You've been here 6 years. You have survived thunderstorms, tornadoes, Jimmy Jones, and I say that with due respect because I know you've been upset with me from time to time, but you've always handled it very well because I call you every day, all day. And you've never failed to respond. You've never failed to take care of that citizen. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Seeing there are none, we'll move to the vote on an executive session, not executive session, call meeting within the earliest practical time. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. It's Mr. Connell, Mr. Jones, Mr. Brazel, and Mr. Tomlinson. And all those opposed signify by raising your hands. Mr. Burns, Mr. Gardner, and Mr. Tucker, and the motion passes.
It is a greater day in Kershaw County.
It is a tremendous day in Kershaw County.
Thank you very much, and we'll move on to that. Mary, I'll look for a call meeting, and you and I'll work out a time and an agenda. And Mr. Bowes, I'll need your help, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. With that, we move now to the next item on the agenda, which is new business, item number 1, commissions and boards review. I placed it on the agenda. I don't believe it requires a vote, and I don't look for a vote tonight, but at tab E, and it's at page 23. Can we have a motion to put it on the agenda for discussion?
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Connell, a second. Mr. Thomason, thank you, sir. With that, anybody, I can lead off the discussion. Mary has given us a menu of names that compete against vacancies, also a menu of names of those to be reappointed. They're in your package, and in accordance with our rules, we need one session between you seeing these and us voting on them. Let me just refresh you on what those are. ATAX for reappointment is 2 names. For a replacement are 2 names, and for 3 names, and that would include our current District 5 sitting councilman. Thank you very much, Brian. This is a very tough one to fill because it requires some pedigree that talks to their behavior in the food and tourism industry, and also housing, restaurant, hotels. And we've lost 3 very good ones, and we have 2 for reappointment. I ask you to look at it and help us out. The next one is the Clean Community Commission reappointment of two, and replace 1 from Bethune, and we need Bethune to do that because, as you know, the Clean Community Commission has a member from each of the 3 municipalities. Thirdly is the library, and that replaces 2. And I believe, Mary, you've had some nominees as well from the library board, and I think they're reflected in the package here. The library themselves have reached out, and you can see that yourself. Then we go to the planning, 1 for reappointment and 1 a longstanding absentee. And so that's an extremely important one at the center of how we shape growth in the county. So give that some attention. And finally, we have 2 to replace, and then a 3rd one at large that I will have to appoint, and off we go. Any comments? Mr. Connell, you opened it up. Anything?
No, this was informational purposes, just so we can get these lined up. From time to time, Mary reminds us of the refreshing that needs to occur on the list that we have.
He worries us to death.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary. Other comments? All right, well, I think we can close this discussion. With that, we move to the next item, which is item number 2, Santee Lynch's Council of Government for realignment. It's at tab F. It's page 52. Yep, 52. Mr. Tucker, you want to make the motion for discussion?
Yes, sir. Make a motion to discuss Santee Lynch's Regional Council of Government realignment.
And a second?
Second.
Mr. Gardner, on the board is a letter that the council authorized me to sign to every one of our congressional and also state delegations to ask for their help in getting the cogs aligned and rationalized so that we were not penalized on roads in West Wateree. Mr. Tucker, you want to lead the discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state that I appreciate support from this council in reference to putting us back into the Santee Lynch's Regional Council of Government on the transportation end. We're in the CM COG, and we took that letter, myself and Chairman Burns and Councilman Graham from the city, to our COG, and all 4 county of our region, Sumter, Clarendon, and Lee, gave a supporting letter from their administrator and their council in reference to moving out of the CM COG over to Santee Lynch's, but not just moving, but also allowing the funding that goes with that, which is mostly by the population that represents that area. So we can have a one-roof approach for the West Wateree area. Right now, we've been over there for 23 years and have not seen any major headway on US 1 or White Pond Road or any of those areas around there. So we're trying to get it to where we can be responsible more for our future and take our funds and be able to put them to work, where right now they're being used in Richland and Lexington counties. So with that, the Board of Directors of the Santee Lynch's Regional Council of Government voted unanimous last night in sending a letter to our secretary, Ms. Christy Hall, and the congressional folks in Washington for support of moving us out of that region into the Santee Lynch's Region Council of Governments.
Other comments?
Good work, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Ben.
Having tried to participate in the Midlands Council of Governments, I've seen the results, or the lack of results that we received on funding. We've paid into that system through taxes and other means for extended period of time, and I'm referencing the West Wateree area in particular. That's the Midlands COG. We haven't received any funding. I think we do have an Elgin Bridge project that's going to be coming up, was slotted. And
Yeah, it's not from the COG, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, but there was one that we discussed anyway that was scheduled pre or mid-COVID that's been punted on, but we haven't, it's been 20 years and we haven't had any substantial funds come through. I saw time and time again where the funds, meaning Kershaw County taxpayer dollars, went to subsidize and pay for projects in other counties that are more populated, Richland County and Lexington County primarily. And it's unfair. I hate to say, let's be fair and let us play with our toys too, but that's really what it is. It should be per capita, and we should get funding back for roads, projects, and infrastructure based on what the citizens pay into the system. And I just never saw one bit of evidence that that occurred in the CM COG, and they know how we feel about it. Santee Lynch's COG is a different story, and I think it would serve Kershaw County better to be involved in that organization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Gardner.
I think it's vitally important. We did the growth study, especially at West Watery. This is one of the components that will help us handle that growth, is to be able to handle some of our transportation and some of our roadways over there. So it's a vital component of our growth issues right here. So this needs to be, hopefully will be changed. Thank you.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Tucker.
If I may double back, the reason why this is time sensitive and we need to push forward is because if any time someone's going to give up something, especially funding, this is the time, because from the federal government, there's extra dollars that's going to be in transportation into the COGS. And we've got 10 COGS throughout the state. So it's easier maybe for them to relinquish our proportion in giving up to Santee Lynch's so it can follow the responsibilities now that they're going to have a little bit more in their coffer versus they looking at it as a very negative movement for them. So that's why we were pushing on these letters and trying to get them in the right hands and the right offices. So just wanted to make that clear.
Other comments? Ben's point is exactly correct. 23 years without a single road in West Watery. Secondly, we were able in the last 6 months to get them to agree to do a road at White Pond, Whiting Way, sometime in the next 5 years, which is forever. Thirdly, I need to say that we have worked with the senators, with the congressmen, and with the representatives and state senators. And so far, every indication I get is this is a hard one, very hard. Secondly, that much of the power on this rests with the Department of Transportation Secretary, and we're looking at every means we can to research that and get after that, okay? Lastly, I'd like to say to Tom's point and to Ben's point as a chairman of our ad hoc committee that this is all a part of addressing the growth issue, roads being critical as a part of the COG. But as we saw in the budget, the services and first responders are important. And we've got an impact study that's to report out in the fall. And a little later on, we'll talk about the ZLDR and the comprehensive plan, the comp plan. So all that fits together. I just got to tell you, the roads are hard, period. End of story. With that, any further on that, Mr. Tucker?
No, sir. No votes required.
No vote required. Thank you very much. And we move to item number 3, where a vote is required. A comprehensive plan RFP recommendation, tab G, and it's at page 57 if you'll look at the bids there. With that, Danny, do you want to introduce it in any way, or can we move to a motion?
You can move to a motion.
Okay, can we have a motion to approve the bid? The bid being for decision to go with Husial Lavinia. I can't pronounce it.
So moved.
We got a first from Mr. Brazel, a second.
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Connell. Any discussion, Mr. Brazel?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Joey and I spoke earlier today regarding this revision process. This is very important, and not everybody's going to be able to appreciate how important this is. This is going to shape Kershaw County probably for the next 30 years. So it's very important to get it right. It's going to address construction quality issues. It's going to set some standards of how we want Kershaw County developed when it comes to residential and mixed use. It's going to give us the latitude and the ability to move forward with development in a way that we feel like fits our community. And I understand that the firm is out of Chicago, but Joey has assured me that this is the right firm, and I do not want to make the wrong decision, and I'm leaning on his expertise. He and I have talked, and I feel very comfortable with his level of intelligence. The man knows what he's doing. So, Joey, thank you so much, and you have my support 100%.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Connell.
So, not to jump ahead because I know that this is the particular item in front of us, but we've got another RFP we're going to talk about. And this particular company that we're voting on is providing us kind of a one-stop shop while it's a different motion, these items are particularly related, the ZLDR and what we're talking about here, the comp plan. And so that consistency, I think, is going to be very important for Kershaw County. And I've heard also that this is the right company to go with. Typically, it's a little odd. We're jumping all over the low bid, and that's what you want in the procurement process. But you also pay for what you get, or you get what you pay for, excuse me. And so that's why I support this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Council. I'm excited about this because the comprehensive plan is what drives this county. Mr. Browse is absolutely right. Unfortunately, it's been a while since we've updated ours. I think state law requires us to do it every 10 years. I think it's been about 15 years maybe since it's been done. And also I'm excited about the unified code, that coming up as well next. But this will certainly, as Mr. Connell and Mr. Brazel said, this will certainly give us our roadmap to move forward. And I just appreciate Mr. Templer and Mr. Joey, you as well. You are doing a good job. I appreciate your interactions with the citizens. I mean, you bend over backwards to deal with a complaint, and that's what it's all about when it comes to Kershaw County. Okay, but anyway, I just want to say thank you, guys. I support this.
Other comments? It's been since 2016 is when we voted on it last. The last update was in 2015. And I agree, it needs to be updated. You'll notice it'll take about 12 months to do. And I'll tell you, I asked Sarah why it took so long for this and the ZLDR. Remember back in January, February, we became impatient and said we need to get this done and redone. And it was done based on our feeling that we needed to address growth. And it took her, about 6 months to get this done. And the answer was that this is a particular skill and very hard to find somebody who can do it. To Ben's point, we're not going with a low bidder here. We're going with somebody who can do it. And on our first RFP, we got back one bid, and it was not the best reputation. So Sarah, properly, with Danny's oversight and Vic's oversight, agreed that we would look at another round of bids, and this is the result of the RFP for this one and for the ZLDR that Ben talked about. And so it's worthy that we do it well, but notice that it takes us 12 months to get this done, and it's hard. And I ask the incoming council to spend as much time as they can on it because it's only as good as your inputs. You might want to consider, and Danny and I have talked about this, that it doesn't require and often doesn't suit public input, and y'all might want to think about that. Any further discussion? None? Let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the bid signify by raising your hand. And it's unanimous and it passes. We move to the next item, which is ZLDR. It's at tab H, and can you put it up on the screen for us, or is it up? Page 58, if you'll go to page 58. Tab H, page 58, electronically. There you go. And we have two bids there. And the recommendation is item number 1 again, the same company, unpronounceable in Chicago. Can we have a motion to approve? That is the first bid, please.
So moved.
Mr. Brazel, a second?
Second.
From Mr. Connell, discussion. Russell, any discussion?
The only thing I will say is, just as Ben stated, the same company, they're going to work together with us to create the entire plan, and they're going to do it right. I've been assured of that, and I've got all the confidence in the world that we're going to go through this thing correctly, and the final product is going to be something that's going to be tasteful and it's going to help Kershaw County head in the right direction moving forward when it comes to development, construction, and we're going to be unique because we are unique. We're Kershaw County. We're not Richland County. We're not Lexington County. We're just a little bit different, and I'd hate to say it, but I think we're just a little bit better. So I think it's money well spent to keep our community what we see fit and the way we want to see it in the future. And all the public input that citizens are willing to bring to us, I value, and I know the other council members as well, and we can take that to Joey. Thank you, sir.
Other comments? Mr. Connell?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I believe the message from planning and zoning is that in this type of important endeavor, you want the left hand to know what the right hand's doing. And so that's why this company being single on both of these RFPs is important. And also, I'll just point out the importance of engineering. If you've got someone coming to you carving out an important piece like that, it's better to go with a singular company that can handle both RFPs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments, please?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
To Mr. Connell's point with the engineering, that is a critical piece in this, and that's probably why that price is much lower. So if that were to be added in there, that would be a much closer two sets of price tags. But that allows us to establish the roads, sewer, stormwater, sidewalk standards in the county when it comes to engineering. So very important piece.
Good. That has been a hole in our plan before. Thank you. Other comments? I would note that growth continues. And so with the comp plan coming out in 12 months and the ZLDR in 18, we're still dealing with the current regulations in place while we wait other means to deal with the growth in the county. I've already said that the budget itself picks up on the pressures on services and first responders, and that was the attempt there. We've got an impact fee study going. Hopefully we'll get it in very soon. We'll see if that impacts. And then the third piece, Ben, Tom, Russell, you guys are on the ad hoc committee, and we look forward to your recommendations. But growth continues, recession or not, and so the ZLDR will come in, and the current regulations will remain in place for another 18 months, okay? Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Just real quick, I'd like to see the ad hoc committee meet with a representative from this firm, if that's at all possible, to have input.
Talking about the 18-person ad hoc committee. Is it 18, 20?
I think it's just 11.
My math.
You can join if you like.
No.
We can make it. I mean, we can, honestly and truly, the more public input, the better. Because we are spending a lot of money, and I want to see this done right. So I value our community. I value the future. I've been here all my life, and I'm going to be here the rest of my life.
Let me tell you this. I have much respect for you. You have shown great leadership tonight, but I won't be there.
Well, you're always welcome.
Okay, we're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hands. All right, let's get started, Danny. All right, with that, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, item number 5. Kershaw County authorizes the administrator to enter into a 3-year lease purchase agreement with Leasing 2, which is item on the agenda. Have you got it up? Yep, it's up on the screen. With Leasing 2 to finance the purchase of self-contained breathing apparatus or apparati in the amount of $1.55 million to purchase from Safe Industries, tab I, page 59 on the screen. Can we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Brazel, a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Connell. Discussion. Mr. Brazel?
I know these are all life-saving services. These are all necessities. We talked about this early on. I don't have a tremendous amount of discussion. I know it's necessary, and I know that you went through a process of making sure that we were getting the best bang for our buck, and I'm okay with that. So,
second,
this.
please. Mr. Connell?
Yes, sir. Some of this stuff was out of date if it wasn't out of date already.
Yeah.
And violates fire codes and requirements and provisions for actually going into houses if you don't have the right equipment. So I support this tonight.
Yeah, good to have you here tonight, Chief. Thank you for being here. You had to wait for this. Thank you both. Other discussion?
Yes. Could Mr. Templer tell us where the money's coming from for the record?
Yes, and one quick point, we did attempt to secure a grant for this in '21, but we were not successful, so this is where we're at. But it will come from the fire's budget from their capital reoccurring each year.
Thank you.
Other discussion? Thank you for putting the pressure on us upward from the fire department with the right training, the people, and then thirdly, the equipment. Thank you very much. And you provide the leadership, the fourth and important ingredient. With that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. It's unanimous, Mary, and we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is council briefings, beginning with Mr. Tucker. For Brant Tomlinson, the way we do it is the person who gives the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance rotates on the table this in that fashion, and also leads on the council briefs. Go ahead, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report tonight.
Mr. Gardner.
No report.
Mr. Brazel.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone who supported what I would call a very transformative motion that we made tonight to appoint the new administrator. I think this is going to move things forward quickly, and we can get to work and continue a very harmonious council and moving through the rest of this year and into the first of next year. I look very much forward to making this appointment. Thank you for everyone who comes. There's always a lot to fuss about. There's a lot of things that we don't control that the federal government controls, and I'm certainly not happy with as well. I share in some of the sentiment that the gentlemen that come and speak to us have. But know this, we're doing the very best we can for Kershaw County. And I truly believe that everybody sitting at this dais has the best interest at heart for Kershaw County. And I understand that we've had coarse words at times with one another, myself included. And I'm going to work on myself to make sure that we're as cordial and we agree or disagree as cordially as possible moving forward. And I would like to thank everybody at this dais for what they've done for Kershaw County. Thank you. That is my
Okay,
report.
Mr. Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the budget and the millage, I think it's important to recognize that there are very tough decisions that are made on those particular topics. And county government is also subject to the troubles of the world, inflation, all those items. While the increase in the millage and some of the budgetary items, some of which I disagreed with, frankly, they don't come without much deliberation for the rest of council. Whenever you have inflation at 9%, 10%, according to some reports, folks have to figure out how to pay for the services that they're required to provide by law, or either just cut them back and then deal with the backlash of not providing those services. Very grateful to all the department heads who have assisted in getting through the budget process and answered questions about millage and the ins and outs of getting council up to speed on making informed votes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Jones.
Yes, just something very quickly. Brant, welcome. You did a great job tonight. You stood out, you stood your ground, and I'm looking forward to serving with you for the next 4 years. And I want to say, too, that Russell Brazel, you showed great leadership tonight, and I just want to recognize that. Look, I call it the way it is. We haven't always agreed, but we've disagreed less than we've agreed. And you showed great leadership tonight, and I appreciate it. And Ben Connell, I appreciate you as well, even though you had me on my toes tonight. But Danny, again, we appreciate all you do, and I hope you recognize that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight. This is wonderful. This is what the process is about. Thank you to each one of you. I'm looking forward to serving with each one of you, to working with each one of you, and being the best voice I can for District 5. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, and I'll close it out. I want to thank those who participated in the budget process and where we are, especially Sandra, Tyler, Danny, even Mr. Bowes, And I want to tell the auditor, the assessor, and the treasurer, thank you for your behind-the-scenes support on this very interesting discussion on millage. It was absolutely important that we dispense with some of the myths that is associated with having to go to a tax or a fee. When we impose something on the people of the county, they need to know we're giving them best value for least cost. And that was extremely useful. Thank you, Danny. That was a very good explanation. Our next meeting will be determined very quickly by Mary and I, and she will poll you on your availability. And we'll ask Mr. DeBose to help us on that. We have for a call meeting, hopefully this week, okay? And then the next meeting, regular scheduled meeting, is the 13th of September. I'm going to extend a thanks to Susan Jones to remind us of what it was like to work with Bobby Jones and others, regardless of political affiliation, race, creed, color, or gender. We got stuff done, and we can still do that. Lastly, let's cheer for our World Series team. Right, Martin Kahn, you will tell us all about it, and WPUB will be right there on site, too, on Thursday night. Let's see how they do. This is at the national level. Isn't that amazing? And we thank the American Legion and all our veterans for supporting this effort going forward here in the next couple of days. With that, over to you, Mr. Administrator. I believe you have an executive session for us.
I do, and it's relating to a personnel matter. And I'll get my briefings out of the way real quick, so just in the interest of time. Just two things. I wanted to just thank staff for everything they do on a daily basis. Our services span the entire county in all climates and all situations, and I just, we get the praise up here very often, but it's all on the backs of those men and women here in this building. Kershaw County government is just a building and a bunch of equipment, but without the people to animate that service, that's what makes it happen. It's the people that make us look good on a daily basis. Secondly, the chemical issue we had out at WildChem, I cannot thank the first responders enough for that. It was just a huge aggregate of responders out there, from Highway Patrol to Lugoff Fire to Columbia Fire with their hazmat team out there. That is a tremendous asset we have over there just across the border. And Chief Jenkins was more than willing to send it over. And of course, our guys with Kershaw County Fire Services they were on point there. They were running the show and just organizing it. And just to come out of something like that with no injuries to any responders or citizens it's very commendable. So, and that's my report.
Thank you very much. We'll get to a motion in a moment. Mr. Bose?
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing.
All right. Can we have a motion to go to executive session on a personnel matter with no vote required? And I believe both you and the attorney, and that would be sufficient? Very good. All right. We have a motion from Mr. Brazel. Second? Can we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Connell, any discussion? Seeing there is none, we move into executive. We'll move to a vote.
Take the vote.
And no opposition, we move to a vote. And we are adjourned for executive session. Let's go. motion to come out of executive session. Mr. Connell, a second from Mr. Brazel. Any discussion? Seeing there is none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mr. Brazel, a second.
Second.
From Mr. Gardner, any discussion? We're looking for a call session Thursday or Friday.
Thursday.
And
I think Mr. Tucker.
Thursday or Friday, we'll let you know. There's some issues. With that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. And it's unanimous. Y'all be safe out there and
Thank you.
go post 17. All right.